Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the U.S. Women's Open. The second round of qualifying about to begin here at the National Bowling Stadium. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and this is live coverage here on Bowl TV. Our featured pairs remain 39 through 42. We have the players on 41 and 42 this game. That's LaTanya Walker with the strike there. Lindsay Siegel on this pair. Tamlin Murata and Linda Barnes. On 39 and 40, we've got Christina Fromm, Kristen Warzinski, and Leslie Blanford. There's Christina. She's the head coach at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And here is Lindsay Siegel, first shot for score here in the second round. Lindsay with a strike. If you guys are looking for the standings from yesterday, they are available on the official website of the tournament. That would be bowlingsusopensopen.com. Erin McCarthy in the lead after the first day. Jody Wessner's the second. And Brenda Padilla in third. Linda Barnes was in 20th place in the regular division as she starts with a strike. When you get to bowlingsusopensopen.com, you will find the standings right there on the home page. You scroll down a little bit under downloads, and you'll see all the PDF files. You see day one regular final, day one seniors final, so that'll give you the regular division and the senior division results. Lucy Sandelin leading the senior portion of this event after the first day. So yesterday, all the competitors bowled 6 games in the opening round. They will bowl 6 more today and 6 more tomorrow for an 18-game total. And that's when we'll make our first cut in both the regular and senior divisions. The regular division will be cut at the top 50. The seniors will advance to the top 15. And those players will return Monday afternoon for 6 more games. That 24-game total will determine the players who make it into the round-robin match play portion. The top 16 in the regular division and the top 8 in the senior division will advance to the round-robin match play, and that'll be starting Monday night. The regular division will bowl 16 games of round-robin match play, with the top 5 making the TV show. The seniors bowl 8 games of round-robin match play, with the top 4 making the step ladder, and that step ladder will be broadcast live right here on Bowl TV on Tuesday afternoon. Hello to Billy Steff, who checked in on my Facebook page from Greece. Thanks for watching. So this is the first of 2 squads today. The second squad will get on the lanes at 7:30 this evening here in Reno. That's 10:30 Eastern time. Here's a look at Kristen Warzinski, who has started with a double. Kristen in 38th place coming into the day after having a good start to the tournament. She misses the head pin on that one, though. Kristen's spare shot covers it up. So a double spare to start things off for Kristen here in the second round. Question in our chat, what's the oil pattern today? It is the same as yesterday. They have one oil pattern for this tournament, and you can find the pattern on bowling's USWomen'sOpen.com. Here's Linda Barnes. Linda has started with a double here today. Now 3 in a row for Barnes. Nice shot by Warzinski in the fourth. Live coverage today brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress. Your membership dollars at work. Thank you for being a USBC member and making our live coverage on Bowl TV throughout the year possible. And also want to thank a few of the tournament sponsors for the U.S. Women's Open, including the brands of Ebonite International for their commitment to women's bowling. So thank you to the folks at Ebonite for sponsoring the U.S. Women's Open. And of course, this is a BPAA event. The Bowling Proprietors Association of America conducts the U.S. Women's Open. USBC is just assisting them by providing some free live streaming of the event. Lindsay Siegel started double 9 spare. Here's her fourth frame shot. It's going to go left and crosses over for the strike. Again, the website for this tournament, bowling's USWomen'sOpen.com. You can find the link to that page on bowl.com. It's right under the live stream graphic, right on the front page there. Just to make everybody aware, the senior bowlers are mixed in with the regular division. So Leslie Blanford, who you see there in the blue shirt, she is in the senior division. The seniors crossing alongside the regular division here in qualifying. Here's Kristen again. See if Linda Barnes can stay perfect. Early on here in the opening stages of this second round of qualifying, Linda Barnes looking pretty solid so far. Good ball reaction, good shot making from Linda these first 4 frames. Off to a little bit of a slow start here today. It's a good shot there, leaving just the 7 pin. Warzinski looking for her third consecutive strike. And Kristen double, 7 spare, 3-bagger. So she has gotten off to a very nice start to the day. Looks like a lot of tweets coming in here early on today. Thanks to John Carlo and Gavin for spreading the word about the live coverage being underway. Matt Ingall is watching from the UK. Thanks for tuning in, Matt. And Bill Fry wants to know if Pam Buckner is bowling in this tournament. I believe that she is. I saw her walking around yesterday, so I think she is, not 100% sure, but you can check the standings on bowling's USWomen'sOpen.com to check out your favorite bowler. Here's Lynn Barnes. Another good-looking shot from LB. 5 in a row to start the day. See if Warzinski can keep her string of strikes going. 38th place coming into today at plus 115. Looking to add to that tally here this first game. That's a good shot. Oh no. A 7-10 in the pocket for Warzinski. Ends her string of strikes. We do have wire-to-wire coverage here for you of the U.S. Women's Open and U.S. Senior Women's Open. We will have coverage of all rounds of qualifying and round-robin match play. We'll have coverage of the senior stepladder finals, and we will make way for ESPN2 to broadcast the finals of this tournament as Barnes leaves the 10-pin. The television show will be taped on Wednesday night on Virginia Street here in downtown Reno. They're going to build some lanes right under the Reno Arch. And that'll be taped for broadcast on ESPN2 July 3rd at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Linda covers up the 10-pin in the 6th. So a great start for Linda here to kick off the second round of qualifying. And just as an FYI for those of you watching, they have decided that after each game they will wait for the entire center, everybody across the bowling stadium, to finish the game before they start the next game. So there will be small delays between games. They're going to, I'm told by John Lucido that they will wait 90 seconds after the last ball to start them with the next game. And that will give all the players an opportunity to move to the next pair. Because when you're moving from 3 and 4 down to the 70s, it can take a little while to get down there. John Sabinsky checking in, wants to know what Christina has. She's 152 in the 8th frame, working on an open. So her max is 212 this game. Another open for Warzinski, so she's at 162 in the 8th. Bill Fry tweeting at me, is a tape delay of the finals good for the sport? I can tell you, having experienced a lot of tape delayed bowling telecasts, it does not impact the ratings at all. The ratings are going to be the same whether it's live or tape delayed. Borzinski 10th frame. Christina Fromm 195. Kristen shoots 212. And Leslie Blandford 171. Apologize for stepping out there for a minute. Had to take a phone call. Trying to multitask here while doing the broadcast. 10th frame just starting. This is the first shot of the 10th frame on 41 and 42. Linda Barnes can punch out this game for 268, easily the highest score on the pair. I can see off in the distance Megan Kelly at 258 the first game. It's kind of seeing any other big scores. Doesn't look like there's anything real huge out there. John K. Armand 237 would be the next highest that I see, but there's still a lot of folks to finish up this game. If you're just tuning in, this is live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open second round of qualifying from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. I'm Lucas Wiseman. I know some folks out there were asking about Shannon Plahowski. She's going to be on the featured pair next game. She shot 192 the first game. And looks like Pam Buckner, who we also had a question about, will be on the featured pair here for game 2. Lindsay Siegel can max out this game at 217. LaTanya Walker shot 152. Tamlin Murata will shoot 140 if she strikes on her fill ball here. Serbinsky wants to know if there's any live streaming of the World Youth Championships. I'm not aware of any. They get underway in a few hours in Thailand. And I am not aware of any live streaming at the World Youth Championships. We'll have some recaps for you on bowl.com starting tomorrow morning and each day thereafter. And the official website for the World Youth Championships is worldyouth2012.com if you want to check that out. They'll have results on that page. Here's Linda, 10th frame. Linda looking real solid here this afternoon. Almost a dream start for her. Going to shoot at least in the 250s, probably in the 260s here to start things off. Joyce Biondo, 268 to start her block. Linda gets another one, so Linda Barnes going to throw, well, what looks like 10 strikes this game if she throws another one. She had 9 spare in the 6th and the 7th, but other than that, she has been spot on perfect here in game 1 and can strike on the fill for 268. You can see Liz Johnson shot 224 her first game. Tish Johnson, 211. And Linda fills it up in the 10th. 268 for Linda Barnes. Again, they will wait for everybody across the house to finish the game and then wait about a minute and a half before they start game 2. So we've got a few pairs that are still bowling in the 10th frame. You see one pair that's just about to start the 10th frame, so it may be 5 or 7 minutes before the next game gets started. But in the meantime, we will take a commercial break for a few minutes, and our first commercial is going to feature Lindsay Siegel, who we just saw here on the featured pair shooting 206. It's regarding sport bowling. If you want more information on USBC Sport Bowling, you can go to bowl.com/sportbowling. So we'll take a quick break, but we'll be back in, looks like about 3 minutes or so, 3.5 minutes after this commercial break here on Bowl TV. Stick around, everybody. Be right back.
I got into sport bowling because I wanted to improve my game. I started out bowling a lot of different leagues, things like that, but I really wanted to push myself And so I thought getting into a sport league would really be something that I could do consistently, and it would be something I would learn from.
What has the experience of sport bowling done for you as far as competition and tournaments?
Oh, I think it's really opened up my eyes because now I'm able to play different parts of the lane. I have a lot more confidence playing those parts of the lane. I'm a pretty straightforward, easygoing girl. I play up 10 if I can, but now I'm not afraid to move left. I'm not afraid to move right, and it's really helped me so that when I go into those tournaments, I have an open mind.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
I think the decision to bowl sport more came out of watching house patterns, watching the averages go up, the scores go up, seeing that some guys got 11 in a row and there's not a crowd watching anymore. No one really cares. And I just decided, this isn't bowling. This isn't what it was when I was a kid. You start to realize on a house shot, you throw a bad shot and it carries, and you're realizing I'm not getting penalized and I should be. And sport shots came along, and that was really the opportunity to see, where am I? How good am I? How bad am I? What do I need to work on?
It can be frustrating when you first start, when you're going from the house pattern to a sport condition. What would you say to somebody who's just getting started in it? I mean, it can be tough to hang in there.
I think really you just try to say, it's different, understand that it's different, learn from it, realize that it's teaching you where you need to improve.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
Ready to get started with our second game of the day. You can see Liz Sinecki up on the left lane here. Also have Sachiko Hitomi, Rachel Perez, and Jessica Lezaganic. Did not say that one right. Let's try that again. Lezaganic. And on our other pair, we've got Pam Buckner, Pam Pancoast, and Shannon Pluhowski. Here's a look at Pluhowski as she has left the split in this first frame. 192 the first game for Pluhowski. I think of the 7 bowlers that are on the featured pairs this game, Rachel Perez was the high the first game at 236. Next high would be Pam Pancoast at 209, it looks like. There's Rachel Perez. Going through the face, leaving the baby split. Appreciate everybody tuning in for our live coverage here on Bowl TV. U.S. Women's Open. Make sure you push the subscribe button just above the video that you're watching to join our YouTube community. It's free, and you'll be updated anytime we post a new video. We post a lot of coaching tips, features, live stream events, all kinds of stuff right here on Bowl TV. So make sure you hit subscribe, and that way you can get notifications when we have new stuff going on here on our channel. Someone in the chat asking about Ashley Galante. She just passed me. I think she's gone down to the high end bowl game 2. So I'm not sure what she had the first game. Again, a 6-game block today. This is the second of the 6 games. Just underway. So Rachel Perez strikes here in the second frame after having the open in the first. Tish Johnson off to the right of our featured pairs with the front 4 this game. See how the players settle into this fresh condition today. All of the players on this squad bowled on the burn yesterday, and now they are bowling on the fresh today. Pluhowski snaps the 7 out for the double after starting with the split for the open. Pam Pancoast, who had a great showing in the USBC Women's Championships. Through the face, leaves the baby split. It's 3 in a row for Jessica to start off this game. Pam Buckner. A lefty with the strike in the 4th. She had 166 in game 1 today. For those of you who are watching the broadcast today and participating in the chat room here on Bold TV, who are you rooting for? Who's your favorite player in the field? Pluhowski mixes them up, breaks up the split for 3 in a row. Liz with the 1-2-4 leave here in the 4th on a strike. If you want to know who is bowling right now, well, you can go look at the standings on bowlingsuSwomen'sopen.com, and anybody who's on the B squad is bowling right now. I believe Kelly Kulik will be bowling on the next squad because she bowled on the fresh yesterday and had the lead after the first day, or first squad, I should say, and then got beaten on that final squad last night. It was Erin McCarthy who held the first round lead. And Erin McCarthy bowling on this squad here this afternoon. Let's see if Jessica can stay perfect. She's got 3 in a row to start the game. This would be for 4. Leaves the 10 pin. Pancoast with a double. Back-to-back spares for Plahowski. Rachel Perez having a pretty good tournament. She bowled well yesterday in 236, first game today, and opened 3-bagger here in game 2. But this time, through the face, leaves the 4-6-7 split. Hitomi in the 6th frame. That one's crossing over and leaves the Brooklyn fast 8. Not a lot of strings of strikes going on here on the featured pairs right now. We're in the 8th frame on this pair with Shannon Plahowski on it, and the other featured pair is wrapping up the 6th of the second game of round 2. Rachel Perez back on track after the split in the 5th. Plahowski 146 in the 7th frame and a strike up in the 8th. .210 split for Jess here in the 6th. Potential open frame coming for her. See if Jess can make it here. No, just does miss the 2-pin. Snecki. She gets a strike in the 7th. She has been clean so far this game, but no doubles. Buckner. It's a strike in the 9th. See Tish off to the right there, and she just shot 259. Jess Lesaganich with a nice looking strike there in the 7th frame. Pluhowski leaves the 2-pin. So she is not going to have a huge game this time around. Her max only 216 now. Rachel Perez, 7th frame. Pam Buckner, 9th frame. It's 9th frame on 39 and 40. She's the last one to go in the 9th, and so getting up, geared up for the 10th frame on that pair. As game 2 starting to come to a close. Buckner, the double. Her max score 180. Buckner leaves the 610 and she'll shoot 168 with the spare. Pluhowski, 10th frame. She didn't like that one at all. Leaves the 2-4. Looks like they're having a problem with lane 41. We'll have to get that straightened out. .168 for Buckner. Pluhowski will shoot 204 with a strike on the fill. Pancoast can strike out here for 189. She missed the single pin in the 9th. Rachel Perez, 8th frame, working on a double. That one's inside. Yep. 3, 4, 6, 10. Kind of an awkward leave there for Rachel Perez. 203 for Plahowski. Pancoast is going to shoot 189 if she strikes on her fill. Again, the second game of the day coming to a close. Still 4 more games to go on this squad, and then there's probably going to be a little bit extended break between this first squad and the second squad. If everything goes according to plan, there may be as much as an hour and 15-minute break between squads. But the second squad scheduled to go on at 7:30 this evening, Pacific time, 10:30 for those of you out east. 2 frames to go here this game on 41 and 42 as we start off the 9th frame. Just about ready for the 10th frame as Jess has left a 2-4-8-10 here in the 9th. Looks like coming up on 39 and 40 for game 3. It'll be Allison Jones, Susan Condiff, Brittany Scruggs-Barber. Sinicki can shoot 201 if she spares and strikes here in the 10. Hitomi can strike out for 165. Someone in the chat asking if we can show LaTanya Walker for a few shots. She was on the first game. You missed her. Sorry about that. Probably will not see her again today because we don't usually get any repeat customers on the featured pairs here. Hitomi, second shot in the 10th. Coming up here. I see Deandra Beatty off to my left. I know some folks were talking about her in the chat and on Twitter. Deandra 224 the first game and 246 here in game 2. She was on the featured pair yesterday, so that means we probably won't see her today. Somebody just tweeted at me they want to see Jennifer Eves bowl. Here, let me see if I can get a quick shot of her. I believe that's her. There you go. Just happened to be to the left of our featured pairs. I know all of you want to know how your favorite player is doing, or your friends or your family, but unfortunately, I don't have a way to tell you. I can only see the few folks that are in front of me. It's a 78-lane bowling center, and we're using almost the entire place. The only two pairs we're not using are on the ends. So we're using 74 of the 78 lanes. It makes it hard to keep track of what's going on. So 164 for Hitomi, 200 for Sineki. Lesaganich going to shoot, looks like 189 if she gets 3 of these on the split. And Rachel Perez can strike out for 204. She's got the first one in the 10. Well, she doesn't get any of them, so Jess finishes at 186. And Perez is doubled in the 10th, so she can get to 204 with a strike on the fill. Shouldn't be too long before we start the next game. By the way, after starting with the big game on our featured pair, Linda Barnes went down to lanes 53 and 54 and shot 189. Rachel 202, and so that brings an end to game 2 on the featured pairs, and we will wait to get started with game 3 here in just a minute or two. So the third game now underway here on Bowl TV at the U.S. Women's Open. Lucas Wiseman at the National Bowling Stadium. Let's recap for you who's on the featured pairs this game. We've got Viviana Delgado of Costa Rica, Jackie Reese, Karen Evitz, Caitlin Campbell. That's lanes 41 and 42. See Jackie Reese there with the 4-count split through the face. And over on 39 and 40, it's Allison Jones, Susan Condiff, and Brittany Scruggs Barber. Brittany with a 300 game last year in this tournament. Starts with a spare, so no 300 here this game. Not sure, but I don't think we've had a 300 game yet here in qualifying. Made it through the first day without one. Last year we had, I can't remember exactly how many it was, 14, 15, 300 games over the course of the tournament. Jackie manages to get 5 of the pins that were still up there with that split, but it's an open frame. Jackie Reese 208, 224 to start the day. Caitlin Campbell 228, 204. She's on the right side of your screen right there. I think those two were the high tallies after 2 games here on this second round. Appreciate everybody tuning in this afternoon here on Bowl TV. One more squad to go after this one. Scheduled start time of 7:30 p.m. Pacific time. That's 10:30 for those of you on the East Coast. And 9:30 p.m. for those of you in Oklahoma. Take a look at Allison Jones, 206, 199 to start the day for Allison. Leanne Holsenberg off to the left of our featured pairs this game. 218, 188 for the defending champ so far in this second round of qualifying. You can see Shannon O'Keefe. She's off to the left as well. 190, 202 for Shannon. And someone in the chat was asking about Jen Higgins a few minutes ago. I saw her husband during the game break, and he said that she shot 2-2-0 the first 2 games. Here's Condiff. Split in the second for Susan. Jackie Reese gets back on track after the open in the first. Delgado today has shot 192, 194. The Costa Rican wearing the very colorful shirt this afternoon. If you look off to the far left, you get a peek at Leanne Holsenberg. Leaves a 4-pin. Just to recap the format for everybody, everybody in the field bowls 18 games of qualifying. After today, they'll have 12 games done. Bowl 6 more tomorrow will make the first cut. In the regular division, it's going to be the top 50 who make that first cut. In the senior division, it's the top 15. Those players will return on Monday at 3 p.m. Pacific time to bowl 6 more games of qualifying. After the 24-game total, the top 16 women in the regular division and the top 8 in the senior division will bowl round-robin match play starting Monday evening. In the senior division, they have just one squad of round-robin match play. They bowl each player once in a position round, and then the top 4 will make it to the stepladder finals, which will be right here on Bowl TV on Tuesday afternoon, 1 p.m. Pacific time. After 16 games of round-robin match play in the regular division, there will be the top 5 who make the televised finals, which will be broadcast on ESPN2, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, July 3rd, tape delayed. Karen Evitz. Spare strike for her. Here's Delgado. Goes the high hard one there for the strike. Spare strike for Viviana. Caitlin Campbell with the front 3 this game. She's playing the twig out there and gets another one. That one looked like it was real close to dropping off into the channel. I'm not sure she wants to be that far right, but it struck, so worked out for her. Jackie Reese working on 3 in a row, 5th frame. Leaves the 10 pin. Here's Brittany Scruggs-Barber. Special hello to the beautiful Danielle Dozier, who's watching back in Oklahoma City. As we watch the second round of qualifying here at the U.S. Women's Open, live at the National Bowling Stadium. Lucas Wiseman here with you. Game 3 of 6 on this squad currently in progress. Allison Jones up on the right lane here with 3 in a row, 6th frame. And through the face, 3-6, 9-10. Delgado working on a double. Oh, the 9-pin does not go. Pin was spinning around next to it, but will not be a strike for Viviana here. Caitlin Campbell with a strike in the 6th, 129 in the 5th for Caitlin. She's having a pretty good, solid game here in this 3rd game of the day. Seventh frame for Delgado. Strike. 127 in the 6th for Viviana. Deandra Beatty is off to my right this game. No, she's got a lot of fans out there. No double this game for Deandra through 6 frames. So she is slowed down a little bit here in game 3. 224. 246 for Deandra. Seventh frame for Jackie Reese. She leaves the 7-pin here in the 7th frame. Both pairs in the 7th frame here of this third game. I know there's some folks out there who are looking for the standings. The staff here at the BPAA who run the U.S. Women's Open will try to post those at the end of the squad, I believe. Or maybe the end of the day before they get it posted. Not sure what their plans are, but when they do get them posted, you'll be able to find those on bowling's uswomensopen.com. I know that's a kind of a mouthful, but bowling's uswomensopen.com. So where you can find the results. The results from yesterday are up there now. And hopefully they'll get those up there a little bit later on today, the end of the squad, but we'll see. Condiff with a 6-pin in the 8th frame. Jackie Reese leaves the 9-pin. Jackie has great form, as someone mentioned in the chat. She throws it really nice, real simple game, very solid. Jackie's had a lot of success in Queens and U.S. Women's Opens in the past. She's a very good player. Deandra having a bit of a rough game down there, 154 in the 8th frame. Shannon O'Keefe having a decent game. She's going to shoot 248 here in game 3. Clara Guerrero today, 208, 235, and she can shoot 236 in the 3rd game. Scruggs Barber, 10-pin in the 9th frame. So we're heading down the stretch here of this 3rd game and approaching the halfway point of the squad. I want to remind everybody you can follow USBC on Facebook and Twitter. On Twitter, we're at USBC, twitter.com/USBC. On Facebook, it's facebook.com/USBC1. As Jackie sends the messenger across and it misses the 10. Watching on our YouTube channel here, if you just kind of scroll up to the top on the right side, you'll see a like us, follow us thing, Facebook and the Twitter icon. Click those. It'll take you to our pages and you can like and follow us. If you'd like to follow me as well, I'm at Lucas_Wiseman, twitter.com/Lucas_Wiseman, or on Facebook at facebook.com/LucasUSBC. After this spare attempt from Jackie Reese, we will be heading into the 10th frame on both pairs. So 10th frame in progress here of this third game, and Karen Evitz with 194. Viviana Delgado shoots 203. Second shot in the 10th for Scruggs Barber. She can shoot 213, but she will shoot 203. Nope, look at that. It goes, so she can still get to 213. Caitlin Campbell can strike out for a big game here. 258 is her max tally. I know some folks talking about Ashley Galante. Unfortunately, she's not going to hit the featured pairs today, but her game so far, 256, 233, 220, so 709 for Ashley Galante. She's going to be on 47 and 48 in game 4, and then she'll skip over us. Scruggs Barber ended up shooting 213 with a strike on the fill. Allison Jones, 189. Second shot in the 10th for Campbell. Gets another strike, so 258. Her max tally here. Condiff can strike out for 158. Now her max 148. Jackie Reese can get to 216. She already got the first strike in the 10th. And she will shoot 205 if she gets one of those. .257 for Campbell. So one more shot here out of Susan Condiff, and then we are done on the featured pairs here for game 3, and we'll officially be at the halfway point of this squad. I see at least one pair that's still finishing the 9th frame. So we're probably looking at 5 or 7 minutes before we get started with the next game. 147 for Susan Condiff. So hang tight, and we will wait to get underway with game number 4 here on Bowl TV at the U.S. Women's Open. A reminder to all spectators, spectators must remain on the carpeted area and out of the stairways. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies, we may now begin game 10. About to get underway with the next game. Game number 4 of this squad, game 10 overall. Aisha Turner, Samantha Williams, Tona Parkeo, and Jen Higgins are on 41 and 42, and over on 39 and 40, Yumi Nakajima, Tracy Lungsford, Valerie Calbury, and LaVon Burks. Nakajima in the red jersey there. Goes through the face, leaves the split. Turner shooting the 6'10 here. And an open frame for Aisha. She started well though today, 201, 243, 234, but an open frame to start game 4. LaVon Burks with the colorful outfit on the left side of your screen there. A slow roller leaves the 10 pin for the lefty. Samantha Williams delivers a strike. Jen Higgins, a former Team USA member. In those days, she was Jennifer Petrick. 214, 208, 172 for Jen. Those of you having problems finding the scores from yesterday, they are on Bowling's US Women's Open.com. Just look under the downloads section. It's right on the home page. You'll see the link. Calbury through the face, leaves a 6'10", Canadian. Samantha Williams gets a fortunate break on the 9 pin. Levon Burks up here on lane 40 now, the lefty. Third frame for Turner here in this fourth game of the day. She leaves the 10 pin. So we're in the fourth frame of the fourth of 6 games here. The U.S. Women's Open, second round of qualifying. Samantha Williams shooting the spare, covers it up. Had a special request that some folks in Bermuda are watching the broadcast today and would like to take a look at a shot from Dorna Hayward. So we will get you a look at her in just a moment when she's up next. She's off to the right of the featured pairs. Figure if you're going to tune in all the way from Bermuda, we might as well try to accommodate that since it's right next door. There she is. Tracy Lungsford, fourth frame. Here's that 9-pin, a little tickle, but doesn't get it to go. Jen Higgins, fifth frame, working on a double. Oh, a 4-10 split on a shot that didn't look like it deserved that big split. Turner goes a little high, leaves the 9-pin in the 6th. Higgins trying to get back on track after that open in the 5th as she delivers the strike. I can see off to the distance Ho-Jung Kim with the front 6 this game. Jackie Reese strikes spare 6-bagger this game. 2 of the longest strings of strikes that I can see across the house. Porceo with a double, striking the 7th there. not seeing a whole lot of strikes out there across the bowling center as far as strings of strikes go. The scoring pace probably has cooled off a little bit on this squad as compared to yesterday. Higgins. Ho-Jung Kim has the front 7 now. She's down on lane 32, a little bit out of our line of sight. Front 8 now for Kim. Could be on the verge of our first 300 of the tournament. Calvary with a 2-pin here in the 7th frame. That's Tona Porceo with a spare in the 8th frame. Blue jersey. Ho-Jung Kim is up and just went through the face and left a 3-pin. And it looks like the 10 as well, so her bid at perfection has ended. The jinx in full effect. Never fails. Higgins looking for her 3rd consecutive strike. This is the 8th frame. Ninth frame on 41 and 42. They're in the 8th frame on 39 and 40. 10-pin ends Higgins' run of strikes at 3 here in the 9th frame. Samantha Williams, 9th frame. 10-pin for her. Her max score, if she makes the spare, going into the 10th frame, going to be 220. 9th frame now beginning on 39 and 40 as Nakajima leaves the 10-pin. Valerie Calberry. Valerie, Canadian from Brampton, Ontario. Made 2013 Team Canada just a few weeks ago. And Valerie used to bowl at the University of Nebraska. Ho Jung Kim, who had the front 8, followed it up with an open frame in the 9th and a double in the 10th for 265. So a good game for her. She's bowling really well today, 159 over for 4 games. Lizanne Brayshoten is putting together a big game. Spare strike, spare 6-bagger for her, and so far today, Lizanne 257, 225, 238. .178 for Tona Porceo. 179 for Aisha Turner. Samantha Williams can strike out for 220. It's going to go through the face. 3-6 is the leave. Jen Higgins can shoot 213. Here's Valerie. Comes up light to 810. Up, the 10 goes at the last second, so that's a big break for her. Final shot here for Higgins. Strikes out for 213. A couple open frames that game. Prevented it from being bigger. Final shot coming up here for Samantha Williams. .176 for Yumi Nakajima. Mallory Calbury 202. Final frames here of this fourth game, and Tracy Lungsford up on the left lane on lane number 39. She can max out at 186 this game. Leaves the split. LaVon Burks, and you know, I see a lot of folks in the chat talking about LaVon. I give her big time props for showing up, shoeing up, and taking on the best here. She, although is not competitive score-wise, at least she has the courage to come out here and bowl and try to get better. It's been I think she's been out here a couple of years now, and so anybody who comes out here and is willing to try to take on these bowlers and wants to get better has my respect. So here's to LaVon Burks and hoping that she can get things going here. I think she bowled a game in the 190s yesterday, but that brings an end to game number 4. So they'll wait for everybody to finish up before we start game 5. And it looks like it's going to be real quick here. I think just half of a 10th frame to go. Someone asked in the chat, is it cold in Reno? I don't know why I see people with light jackets. I'm wearing a jacket actually right now. It is chilly in the National Bowling Stadium, and actually it's pretty chilly here in Reno as compared to Texas, where I live. You know, it's going to be 100 degrees the next few days in Texas. Here, the high today was 74, and the low tonight is 49. So it is pretty chilly here in Reno for this time of year. Gets pretty cold in Reno at night when that sun starts to go down, or even during the day when it's the sun goes away. It's kind of shady out. It still gets a little chilly. After 9 total games, Jody Westner leading at plus 338. The update coming to me via text message from Aaron Smith. So thank you to Aaron for the update. TJ Snelling has sent me a couple of tweets. Wants to know where Missy Parkin is. Missy is on the next squad. So it looks like everybody's done, and they're going to have the tone coming here any moment to start the next game. Looks like for this 5th game of the block, we're going to have Brenda Burks, Jamie Martin, Terry Hefke, I'm not sure if I'm saying that one right, Barbara Batt, Almigata, Andy Tediello, and Sylvia Villalobos. And they can begin their next game now. So game 5 of 6 about to get underway. $9.79 for the first 4 games today for Liz Ann Brayshoten. $8.95 for Brittany Hamilton. So those two bowling pretty good. Ho Jung Kim at $9.59 today. So a few bowlers putting up some decent scores so far. Someone in the chat asking about Brenda Burks and how she's doing today. 174, 210, 150, 244 for Brenda Burks. She had a good start to the tournament yesterday. So the 5th game is underway here. One more game to go after this one on this squad. Sure what the delay is here. Looks like they're having a problem. That's lane 40. Now looks like they were spotting a pin maybe on lane 40. And still having problems. They just spotted a pin and swept it away. Almigata shooting a 369-10 open frame for the Dominican. Jamie Martin has started with a double, as has Terry Hefke. Terry can stay perfect. She does. 269 in game 4 for Terry after starting 176, 157, 191. So she's on a bit of a roll here lately. Here's Sylvia Villalobos, Costa Rica. Jamie Martin trying to go 3 for 3 this game. And she does. Jamie Martin, 226, 226, 217, 223. A real consistent squad here for Jamie Martin thus far. Brenda Burks, 4th frame. Working on a strike, trying to turn it into a double and knocks down the 5-pin to get the connection. Back-to-back strikes for Burks. Well, Terry's run comes to an end with a 7-pin. Barbara Batt, 2nd frame, through the face. 3-6-10, Barbara. Villalobos leaves the split here in the 2nd. Barbara Batt gets it the hard way, misses it to the left, but still manages to convert the spare. Here's Almigada. Nice looking strike there for Almi. Brittany Hamilton's off to the right, working on a double. Another strike for Britt. Here's Jamie Martin with the front 4. Comes up light, leaves the 2-8. Should make this. Oh, hooked a little bit at the end. An open frame for Jamie Martin in the 5th. Here's Almy. Almy playing pretty deep. And that ball just rolls right out and leaves the bucket. I believe the World Youth Championships over in Bangkok, Thailand, they should start, if my math is right, in about an hour and a half from now with the first squad of singles, and competition over there will wrap up at 9:30 p.m. in Thailand, which is it's 9:30 tomorrow morning in Central Time. So we'll have an update for you on how Junior Team USA did at the World Youth Championships on Bull.com tomorrow morning. Once I wake up in the morning and check out the scores, I'll be writing a report on that event as well. Double duty for me this week. I can't be at both events, but we still have to cover both events. Fortunately, Terry Bigham can offer some help Monday through Thursday this week to get those reports done on Junior Team USA competing the World Youth Championships. The website for that is worldyouth2012.com if you want to follow along the results on that website. I don't believe there's any live streaming though. We're in game 5 of 6 here on this opening squad of the day at the U.S. Women's Open. So a game and a half to go, just about a game and a half to go. Brenda Burke, 7th frame. Yeah, they're already in the 7th here on 41 and 42, and over on 39 and 40, they are only in the 4th frame. Someone asking on Twitter, it's TJ again, what Brittany Hamilton's scores are today. She 188, 204, 257, 246. She's gone open 4-bagger this game. Here's Almy. Comes up light again, leaves the 7-pin. Almy needs to make an adjustment. I've been hearing a lot of begging in the chat for a shot of Ashley Galante, so there you go. Ashley working on a double. Looks like she struck for 3 in a row. Ashley scores today 256, 233, 220, 175. Eighth frame for Brenda Burks, looking for the double. Andy. strike in the 5th. Check in on Twitter here, see if anything's coming in on my Twitter feed. Ty Aller wants to know when Deandra bowls. She is bowling right now. So thanks for all the tweets that have been coming in throughout the day. You can tweet me at Lucas_Wiseman. Barbara bat with a double, 5th frame. Of course, the follow-up question from Aller Talk on Twitter wants to know her scores, and I don't have them because she's not in front of me, and unfortunately my eyes only stretch so far. Deandra crossed through here a little while ago and looked like she was bowling pretty good today, at least pretty decent, and I'll have to wait and see the update after this squad. Almy gets a strike in the 5th. So we wrap up the 8th frame on 41 and 42. Just saw Kelly Kulik walk by our broadcast booth here. I think she's doing a little scouting work before she bowls on the next squad. Some of the bowlers like to go and watch the pairs that they're going to catch, especially when they're bowling on the burn, to see what they can expect on this upcoming squad. The next squad starts about 2 hours from now. And obviously we're going to have an extended break after the next game, because this is game 5 currently. One more game to go on this squad, and then probably about an hour and 15-minute break between squads. We'll keep the stream live during that time, and hopefully everybody will stick around and watch. Jamie Martin, 9th frame. Snaps out that 10 pin for the strike after 3 spares in a row. Here's Almy trying to turn that strike into a rare double this game and does not do it. Leaves the 10 pin. Tenth frame on 41 and 42 now. Brenda Burks can max out at 228. Gets the first one in the 10th. Terry Hafke can strike out for 247. She's in the purple jersey. So watch Almy shoot her 10. Covers it up. Barbara bat trying to make it 4 in a row, but leaves the 6 pin. Bat's going to be at 217 this game with the spare. Terry has still a chance to get to the 240s if she can strike on this one. So that'll put Terry at 247 if she can strike on the fill. Almy struggling a bit with her ball reaction. At least she's having fun out there. She was waving at us. Jamie Martin, 10th frame. Doubles in the 10th here. She's going to shoot 234 with another strike on the fill. Terry Hafke shot 247. They still have 3 frames to go on this pair. So it looks like that. I think they will easily be the last pair done. And I don't see anybody else who's even close to that far behind. So 39 and 40 going to be the last pair done by quite a bit. Not sure why, but they are not going quickly. If you're just tuning in, watching live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. We are at the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. I'm Lucas Wiseman. There's one more game to go on this squad, and then there will be a break before they get going with squad number 2 on the day. So Jamie Martin ended up with 232 after 8 on the fill. We are in the 8th frame here. Is Almigata with a washout. Just can't figure it out today on this pair. Andy gets a strike in the 9th. A lot of pairs wrapping up here at this game. By the way, Liz Johnson putting together a big set. Just shot 247 last game, and she's 201 over for the day. It's just for today, 1201 for 5 games. Brittany Hamilton ended up with 226. Ashley Galante, 215 that game. Seeing some bigger scores this game. More striking going on out there, I think, across the house. Got one more frame to go here on our featured pair. Barbara Batt, one of our senior bowlers in the field. Working on a double 10th frame. Comes up light, leaves the 245. So Barbara's max score, 201. Barber covers it up. Andy Tatiello with a strike first shot in the 10th. She can get to 193 this game. A couple of more strikes. I see Erin McCarthy off to my right here. She has struggled today. After leading yesterday, she's got 173, 201, 198, and 172. And it looks like she's going to shoot 214 this game, so Erin McCarthy will not be the leader after round 2, I can tell you that much. As things have not gone as well for Erin McCarthy here today on the fresh. Special thanks to the folks at Ebonite, the Brands of Ebonite International, for their sponsorship of the U.S. Women's Open. Without their support, this event probably would not be possible. So thank you very much to the Brands of Ebonite International for supporting women's bowling. Almy finds a double out there. Sylvia Villalobos can strike out for 180. Naomi finds another strike, 3 in a row for her. 192 is her max. The scoreboards just popped up for 41 and 42, so we know who's going to be on that pair. It's Samantha Howe, Jamie Rovner, Tony Dominguez, and Yuka Shushea will be on 41 and 42. Sometimes those Asian names can kind of throw me for a loop. 190 for Almy. Villalobos can shoot 160 if she strikes on this shot. Believe that That is one of the last shots of the game across the house. A couple more shots looks like to go down on 57 and 58. But game 6 should be starting here momentarily. Looks like on 39 and 40 we'll have Debbie Kramer, Masai Nakajima, Yuki Ishihara, and Jody Westner. Just waiting for the sound of the tone so we can get started with the next game. Everybody has finished up and moved.
We would like to remind the ladies on the
announcement.
squad to please be in the building tomorrow night no later than 7:30 p.m. Check-in will open at 7 p.m. for your 8 o'clock start time. The lanes will be stripped and oiled prior to the start of tomorrow night's squad. Ladies, we now begin your 12th and final meet competition today.
So the final game of the day about to get underway. And I believe that two of the bowlers who are battling for the top spot are on our featured pairs, and that would be Jody Westner and Yuka Shoshiya. Here's a look at Shoshiya. Well, it's crossing over, leaves the 6-10. According to my man in the field, Aaron Smith, coming into that last game, it was Shoshiya and Westner that were battling for the top spot on this squad. Now, if I had to guess, and if I was at the sports book right now putting down some money, it would be on Kelly Kulik to be the overall leader at the end of this day, because I think Kelly Kulik is going to whack him this evening. That would be my prediction, although not exactly a bold prediction there, picking Kelly Kulik to be a squad leader, or a day leader, I should say. There's Jody Wessner, our first look at her today. Samantha Howe up on lane 41. Shia leaves the 4-pin. Games for her today, 224, 256, 205, 217, 224. Whisper wants to know what Jody Wessner's scores are today. They are 247, 245, 201, 180, and 200. So Wessner 73 over coming into this game on the day. John Serbinsky, if that wants to know if that's Samantha Wong, it is. Now it's Samantha Howe, Canadian. Should be up again in just a moment. We're in the lighter green shirt on 42 in just a moment. Jody Wessner, well, she was about to go, but she steps back, so we'll flip over to Samantha Howe. Three in a row for Samantha. Her games today, 199, 199, 234, 176, and 213. There's Jody. Had an open in the first, and now through the face leaves a 3-6. Shia in the third, a couple of spares to start this game. Gets the 10 out for the strike. There's Debbie Kramer up on lane 40. Just got an update on the standings after 11 total games for this squad. And it's Yuka Shishia leading at 25.41. That's a 211.75 average. It seems low to me. That may not be right, actually. Now, those averages are not right. It's a 231 average. I think that's average column is wrong. But Linda Barnes in second place on this squad at 25.22. Jody Westner third at 25.18. Joyce Biondo in fourth at 25.12. Angie Chirpich is fifth at 25.10. Ashley Galante in seventh, 24.89. Oh, should say that's Jolie Carrillo at 24.89. Ashley Galante is seventh place at 24.85. Tennille Milligan eighth, 24.74. Brenda Padilla in ninth at 24.73. Shannon Popowski is in 10th at 24.70. So that's after that last game. And that's just the regular division. In the senior division, Pam Pankos leading the squad at 23.75. Mandy Wilson second at 22.52. Sam Howe's string of strikes comes to an end with an 8-pin. Here's Westner. So our leader right there, Yuka Shishia from Japan. She's got 3 in a row after a couple of spares this game. And she very well may lead on this squad after 12 games. My gut feeling is that Kelly Kulik will be the overall leader at the end of the day. We'll have to wait and see. If I'm right, Kelly's on the next squad, which is scheduled to begin in an hour and a half. About a half a game to go on this squad. All of the bowlers from the next squad already here watching the competition, trying to do some scouting work, figure out what they'll need to do on the pairs that they're going to start on, because there will not be a re-oil between squads today. People who bowled on the fresh yesterday bowl on the burn today. see if Shashia can get another one here. She's working on a three-bagger heading into the 6th frame. Debbie Kramer with her 6th consecutive strike. Grosvenor is working on a double here, 7th frame, as the squad is coming to a close. Jody Wessner up coming into this game. Wessner 23 pins behind Yuka Shashia. And Jody has lost more ground this game. She's lost at least 9 pins, just jumped to 12. So it looks like Shashia will stay ahead of Wessner, but the question is, can she stay ahead of Linda Barnes and Joyce Biondo? These are 2 questions we cannot answer for you because they are not in front of the featured pairs. Open there for Shashia, so that may open the door for somebody else to step in and take the lead on this squad. Kramer looking for another strike, and she gets it. 7 in a row for Debbie Kramer. I think Linda Barnes might be making a run at this leader thing here. She's got 138 in the 6th, the 3 in a row. She can shoot 258 this game. And I think that would be enough to give her the lead on the squad, depending on what Joyce Biondo's doing. Kramer looking for another strike here, working on 7 in a row. That's going to go left and does not carry. Looks like they got to spot a pin or something's going on here on 41 and 42. Maybe somebody bowled on the wrong lane. Not sure what's going on over there, but they are not bowling right now. Looks like they're ready to go here. Dushia with a 4-pin in the 8th frame. Ichihara up on the left lane here, working on 3 in a row, turns it into a 4-bagger in the 9th. So she'll take 4 consecutive strikes into the 10th frame. Dominguez, 2-pin in the 9th. So we've got about a frame to go here, a little more than a frame to go on this squad. And then we'll have a little bit of a break between squads. Jody Westner strikes, by the way. Linda Barnes just doubled in the 10th. That puts her in the 250s, and I would guess it's looking pretty solid for Linda to lead the squad. I see you guys talking about Chris Barnes in the chat. He will Be here on Sunday, according to Linda. And I guess we'll hear from him on the mic. Dave Lamont gets here on Monday. So the Dave and Chris show coming into town. Tushia, 9th frame. We're now in the 10th frame on both pairs. Dominguez with the strike, her max score 208. Nakajima can shoot 212 with another strike here in the 10th. So that'll put her in the 2 teens. Debbie Kramer looks like she's going to max out at 259 if she can make the baby split. She'll come into your picture here in just a moment. She gets one of them, so 258 is her tally, so a nice finish for Debbie Kramer to the day. Samantha Howe trying to punch out here, shoot 279, but leaves the 2.8. Nakajima, final shot of the day. Strikes out for 212. Puts her at plus 101 on the day. Second shot in the 10th for Tony Dominguez. Comes up light, 2.458. And here's Jody Wessner, 10th frame, working on a double, and she leaves the washout. Open frame for Howe in the 10th. 2.45 for Sam. Sam plus 66 on the day. Rovner, her max score 207. Jody Wessner with that open 198 here in the final game of the day. So not a great finish for Jody Wessner. 201, 180, 200, 198 the last 4 games after starting 240, 240. Shushia can strike out for 225. Gets the first one in the 10th. It's not going to be enough for her to take the lead on the squad, though. Not sure who that's going to be, but it looks like it might be Linda Barnes. We'll have to wait and see when the standings come out. Ichihara shoots 244. That brings to a close the competition on that pair. Just a couple of more shots to go. Jamie Rovner with 205, and Yuka has 2 more shots to go here in the 10th frame. Final shot of this block, and it is a good one for Yuka Toshia. 225 for her, 151 over on the day, but it is indeed Linda Barnes who leads this squad. We will be back with the second squad coming up in an hour and 10 minutes from now. 1 hour, 10 minutes from the start of the second squad of the day. So stick around. We will leave the stream up and running here and wait for the next squad to begin. Thanks for tuning in. Stick around. About 70 minutes from the start of the next squad. Good evening, everybody. Live from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. The start of this second and final qualifying squad of the night. It's round 2 of qualifying here at the U.S. Women's Open. I'm Lucas Wiseman, the United States Bowling Congress. On our featured pairs for this opening game, we've got Kathy Allen, Jan Schmidt, Kelly Callahan, Carrie Smith. We also have on 39 and 40, Josie Ernest, Jolene Walker-Akau, and Jennifer Peacock. 6 games in this qualifying block, added to their 6-game totals from yesterday. That'll give us a 12-game total for everybody at the end of the day. And we'll know our round 2 leader by the end of this evening. Linda Barnes led the first squad earlier today after 12 games. Linda bowling well so far in the tournament, and all the players have 6 more games of qualifying tomorrow before the first cut is made. After 18 games, the cut will be made to the top 50 in the regular division and the top 15 in the senior division. So we appreciate you tuning in with us this evening here on Bowl TV. Again, a 6-game block tonight should take about 3 hours or so. We'll probably be done by 10:30, 10:45 Pacific time. I know that's a little late for those of you out on the East Coast, but maybe worth checking out. You never know who we're going to get on our featured pairs as we move along here this evening. Just a few frames into our opening game of this squad here at the U.S. Women's Open. Jan Schmidt has started with a strike and a spare. That one crosses over for the strike. Josie Ernest spare three-bagger to get things started off. I know those of you out there who are watching want to update on the scores from that first squad, and I'm told that BPAA, who runs this event, says they're going to post the scores at the end of the day on their website. I have some really unofficial scores. They haven't been verified yet, so they're still verifying stuff, and need to get final word on that verification. But I know for sure that Linda Barnes is leading after the squad this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. And Linda averaging 231.5 for the tournament. Yuka Tsuchiya of Japan is second. Angie Chirpich in third place, along with Joey Biondo, who's in fourth, and Tino Milligan rounds out the top five. Of course, completely unofficial. We're still waiting verification of those scores, but it gives you an idea, at least, who I think the top five are after that morning, and I keep saying morning, I'm so used to morning squads, after the afternoon squad. And we will have a recap here on bowl.com at the end of the day. Kathy Allen, one of our senior bowlers here this week. Carrie Smith playing pretty far right. Good evening, Jim Callahan from Storm Products. I'm good. Your wife is on our featured pair, so what better time for you to come and do a little commentary?
I got to behave myself. I have to be nice.
Yes, she looked like she was getting a little feisty there already, huh?
Always does. What do you mean? That's no different than any other day.
The double nine spare for Kelly. So
she's got a good look.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
Yesterday she struggled a little bit. I think she couldn't get a good feel yesterday, and I think she kind of read the lanes a little. She misread them a little bit on the fresh, so we kind of drilled her a ball so we can get her in a spot where she gets comfortable. She's a big field player, so we got to get her where she feels comfortable.
What are your thoughts on the pattern this week?
I just got here today. Actually.
Just got here today.
We had an open house at Storm that we did for
gotcha.
Some of the customers come in. They could do a tour of the plant. So what I saw this morning is, in talking to Dell and some of the other people, is that they started a little bit farther left today. They started in the track, 9, 10, 11, 12. And the middle lane seems to really be getting tight. In talking to Carolyn and some of the other players when we were down there, they can actually create some hold down the lane yesterday where some of the players that really bowled good yesterday could get around a little bit more. I actually watched some of your live streaming yesterday, and I saw that they could get in and get around a little bit. I think you're going to see a lot of players playing more of the hold down the lane than going around it.
So we're live at the National Bowling Stadium. Jim Callahan, also known as the husband of Kelly Callahan, who's up right now. Let's see what she does.
It's all right.
Pretty good. What's she throwing? I would guess it's a Storm or a roto ball.
Yeah, I would hope so. It's the new Fire Road, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, it rolls good for her. I mean, we actually just drilled it, and it's matched up pretty good. She's been bowling really good, actually. She bowled good in team today in the USBC tournament.
Oh, okay.
They just missed taking the lead in the regular champs today, so she's bowling good. I got to be careful. I got to be nice. She will go watch. But yeah, I mean, I think the scoring pace is going to be interesting tonight with looking at it, whether people are going to watch last night and try to play them the way they played last night. I think you're going to see some people struggle. I'm watching Kelly over here to the right. and she's kind of leaning on it a little bit to get it, because the backs got really, really tight today. So I think that where yesterday the fronts, you know, they could parallel to the left and would give them that free length, today you still got the free length, but they're tight, so you can actually use it as hold. This young girl here throws it good.
Carrie Smith, yeah,
she
she's I think a former junior Team USA member. She's been bowling a lot. She's a youngster out here, and yeah, she does it great.
You got all kind of age groups.
We
here.
do. Yeah.
You have Jan, the crafty PWBA veteran, former Queens champion,
who actually is eligible for the senior division. But before we started today, yesterday she ponied up the extra bucks to bowl the regular division. So
she still bowls a lot. I mean, she's. Yeah. I believe she had 1 or 2 titles on tour, and I know she won a Queens title. So.
Well, I imagine you're in town not only for this tournament, but for Bowl Expo as well, and this is a good opportunity when a lot of new products are released for the ball companies. And my girlfriend, who works in television, she saw these new shoes from Storm on the internet, and she thinks these things are the best ever.
Yeah.
And she's a fashionista, so if she likes them, then you know you're onto something.
They're very unique. If you get a chance to take a look at them, I think Dexter, who makes the shoes for us, they've done a really good job. We have some very wild colors. We have greens, and we have an orange, and we have some very unique colors. I think it reaches a demographic that, you know, most of the shoes out there are blacks and whites. And we've tried to. Dexter's done a very good job of, you know, kind of matching it to our brand, kind of edgy and, you know, techy. So they've kind of did a good job with all the colors and stuff.
Yeah, that was her complaint. She's in the market for some new shoes, and she said, all I can ever find is white. You know, I don't want white shoes. I want something that's a little more colorful. So, you know, I think you might have a sale on your hands.
We definitely have them. They're good. We're excited they come out at the end of July. But like you were saying about Bowl Expo, I think it's a chance everybody gets once a year to come in, bring all the new products, bring all the people, you know, from the industry in to get together and just talk about the state of the industry and for everyone try to figure out a little bit how to make the industry better as well.
Here's your wife again.
That got around that one a little bit. She didn't quite keep her hand behind it as much. She got around a little bit quick, so it read a little quicker and kind of laid off on the back. So
still in the pocket though, so that's good news.
She's got a good look. She's fine.
What did she bowl yesterday?
50 under.
50 under. So she's got some work to do.
Yeah, she's got a lot of work. We're going to try to get to 0, and then I told her just get a little bit at a time. We're going to try to get to about 100 today, and then see what happens tomorrow.
100 overs attainable. That's just, you know, 650, 650.
Yeah, that's
if you look at it on those terms, it's not that bad.
It'd be fun. I'd like to get her to 100 over total, like 150 over. 675, 675. So
right. That
just
would be
trying
nice,
to get
right?
even first.
True. Yeah, baby steps, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, she has a great time. She likes bowling. I mean, she has a really good job, so that she doesn't get to bowl. She has to pick between the Masters and the U.S. Open, and she picked this because she's going to hang out for the whole week, you know, and go to Bowl Expo and kind of enjoy what I do for my job. You know,
yeah.
She's an engineer, so
I can't
really enjoy.
Yeah.
She's
can't really. No fun going to engineering conferences.
She's a water engineer.
Oh,
so
okay.
I can't hang out at the wastewater treatment plants when they're hanging out. So
the closest you're getting to being a water engineer is when you're at the pool.
Correct. There'll be none. We have some good players around here. We have Josie Ernest right off to the left here. I'll tell you what, she's come onto the scene and very good college player at Vanderbilt, and I mean she bowled great at Queens. And, I mean, these young kids are fearless.
They are, and the veterans out here are going to have their hands full, I think, in these coming years, because there are a lot of great college players that are coming up the ranks, because that's where the players are developing for the women, is in the college ranks, because there's no pro tour anymore.
If you look right here, I mean, we have Kim Eulish right in front of us. We have Josie Ernest. I mean, they're two of the best players. There you go.
Oh, look at that.
Show
emotion, huh?
Yep.
She must be feeling it if she's showing emotion the first game, right?
Emotion every day.
That's good, though. It's good to get pumped up a little bit.
She likes to have fun when she bowls. I mean, that's the whole key. And you see so many people that are so monotone all the way across.
Right.
I mean, she enjoys bowling. And, I mean, when she bowled a little bit on the ladies' tour, and I mean, she roomed with. I actually met my wife through Kelly Kulik.
Really?
So, yeah, I mean, it's when I was the tour rep for Hammer back in the day, I was hanging out with Kelly, and we used to eat together all the time. And actually, they roomed together, and I met Kelly in Pittsburgh 11 years ago, actually. So she bowled a little bit on the ladies' tour. She had a real good college career. She bowled Fresno and Erie, and was a four-time All-American, a Bowler of the Year in college. So I don't want to brag about my wife, but it's good.
Carrie Smith has a pretty good look playing out.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a lot of people playing that far right.
I haven't seen anybody playing there.
That's looking pretty good for her. She's got a three-bagger now, and after a couple of spares early in the game.
I think in talking to Dell, he was talking actually about Lindsay Baker a little bit, that she actually moved 4 or 5 to the right near the end and played, kind of 8 to 12 and kind of played the hold down the lane. And I can see why Carrie might have a good look doing this, because they pushed all the oil down the lane and got tighter, so she can create that hold. So if she does miss in, it's going to push and give her a little bit better look. There's some strikes around. Missy Parkin has a 6-bagger over there. So
yeah, after starting with an open, Missy with 6 in a row. Kelly going at a Dutch 200 pace, Kelly Kulik, so she's not throwing any
I watched
doubles.
her practice. She didn't seem like she had a super good look.
And that surprises me, because my prediction coming into this squad was that Kelly was going to kill it. So, and she still may.
Bowl's good all the time.
Well, yeah, exactly. But the burn, and she likes to kind of boom it a little bit. I kind of figured she would put up some big numbers. So we'll see. I think she probably still will.
Oh, she's still going to win, obviously. I mean, when in talking to Dell, actually, he was talking about Leanne, and she got about the 3rd game of the burn last night, and she could finally go around it a lot.
Yeah.
And it opened up a lot for her. I believe she bowled 220, 240, 250 the last 3. So I definitely think it'll get better for Kelly. And the one thing about her, I think that when you get in these major events, I was with you last week when we worked the senior masters together,
right.
And it's a deal where the people that win these tournaments fill all the frames. They don't miss any spares. If you watch Kelly bowl, or you watch Stephanie bowl, or you watch Deandra and Carolyn, they don't leave any open frames. So when they do get it, they're not hurting herself in the games they don't have. So
yeah, instead of shooting 160, they're shooting 190 on their rough games, because they're making the stuff they leave.
Yeah, and like you say, you can tell the difference in the quality of the players. And I'm going to tell you one reason I believe that the college kids are bowling good. I actually had a conversation about this the other day. When we were growing up, I'm a little older than most. I'm in my early 40s. So we didn't really have patterns to bowl on. And all these kids today, the Kim Eulises, the Brittany Hamiltons, the Josie Ernest, they bowl on patterns every single day.
Yeah.
They got Junior Gold, they got North Point, they got, being on Junior, Team USA, and Team USA, they have the opportunity to bowl on all these different patterns. So when they come and bowl on these, they're in a situation where, they're really, really comfortable. Let's see if Kelly can grab a double here. Got that one a little right. Push. Oh, there you go.
It's double.
That's a good one.
Yeah, she's still got 248 out there, knock on wood. That would pick up 50 of those pins in the first game almost.
I've learned
a dream start, huh?
I've learned a long time ago. I used to go, man, and not just Kelly, with anybody that I had when I was a tour rep, I go, man, she's got a great look, and they bowl 50 over. So
yeah,
I'm not a big guy on it. I wait till we're all done and see what we come up with. Missy's still striking over there.
Carrie Smith just kind of pointing it. She pulled that one a little bit.
She leaned on that one a little bit.
But she's kind of pointing it at the head pin a little bit, off the gutter. Kind of almost like a Liz Johnson kind of look.
I don't know how pair to pair that's going to be, because you don't know what it is. There's some good scores though. Lucy Sandlin had 220 that game. What else we got? Missy's got a bunch in a row.
Yeah, Missy's still still
can't
striking
say
7
her
in a row.
name. Right here.
Where at?
Ha Young Cha. Sorry if I hacked the name.
Ha Young Cha.
That's one of the easier ones.
Yeah, you got to learn when you do the live streaming like this, when there's names that you don't know how to pronounce.
I'll say Lucas, take over.
No. If you just say it with a purpose.
Okay.
Just say it with a purpose, people will believe you.
Then you'll start getting those bad notes over there on the computer, how I hacked the name. Let's see what Jan does here.
A little flat going into the pocket.
But the one thing, in this whole pair, other than Kathy, I believe everybody's kind of right around the pocket and has a chance to get some scores. So Josie Ernest stepping up there.
Yeah, she's just filled it up for 200 there, strike on the fill. 182 for Jennifer Peacock.
Jennifer Martin has a bunch in a row over here.
Yeah.
The scoring pace looks pretty good. I mean, it's
not as high as last year.
No.
It was through the roof last year, but Linda Barnes was on top on that squad this afternoon, averaging mid 230s. It's not unreasonable for the person who's leading the squad. They're not hard, but they're not easy. They're kind of in the middle.
I think you got to remember, and it's kind of simple logic, is that every time there's a pattern, it doesn't matter how hard it is, somebody's going to bowl good.
Absolutely.
You know, they have to bowl well. So, I mean, that's good for Linda. I mean, I know she's had some physical ailments. Chris and Linda are, you know, good friends with Kelly and I, and we hang out all the time, and it's I'm glad she's had some physical ailments. She wasn't sure if she was going to bowl about 2 weeks ago. And she got to practice a little bit. And Troy's here, too, which is kind of cool. She gets to hang out and spend a little time with Troy. Let's see if Kelly can grab a triple here.
Jolene Walker, Akuda going to shoot 246. And here's Kelly. By the way, if you're just tuning in, Jim Callahan of Storm is joining us while watching Kelly Callahan, his wife.
Oh, she hit up on that one. Push.
Oh.
That's nice.
That's a bad break right there.
Sorry. She'll get to Phil here. Like saying, she didn't throw it as good either.
She hang into that one a little bit?
Yeah, she hit up on it a little bit, and it read the fronts a little quicker. That's why it didn't read the back quite as crisp. But you know what? Ball's going to the pocket. She's got a good look. And like you say, U.S. Open patterns, you're not going to crush them. You just got to be consistent. And like you say, this will get her 66, 182. She got 2-1 out if she strikes in the 10th, and you go forward from there. The key is the people that bowl really good, they don't get those breaks. What happens is when they leave that, you know, the 10 and the 7 fall. So when things are a little tough, like Kelly struggled a little bit yesterday, you know, you get them to stand up, or at least it seems that way.
Yeah.
They always, when it rains, it pours. So.
Well, her max now 214, which wouldn't be a bad start.
Oh, it's okay.
Considering that she was a little bit under yesterday. Anything positive is a good start.
Yeah, she bowled 2-0, 2-0 the last 2 games yesterday and got a little more comfortable. And like you say, they bowled good this morning. So that's the odd thing to me. I don't understand how. It's just the way they set up the format that they bowl the USBC women's tournament in the morning and then they bowl the U.S. Open in the afternoon. I'm not used to that. Usually it's one tournament at a time.
Yeah, it's. I was talking about that yesterday. I get the mornings off, which is kind of weird. I'm used to being here bright and early, 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, but this tournament doesn't start competition until about 3 o'clock each day.
Through that one, good. Let's see.
She's shaking her head. She looks like she's a little angry.
She's always angry.
She's still thinking about that 7-10, I bet. She might be giving you a little bit of.
Engineers are different. I'm telling you, it's.
She had that deal where she tried to be perfect all the time with her bowling.
She tries to be perfect. That's
I don't
want to
get you in trouble, so be careful.
No, I don't care. She says all the time, kidding around, it's tough being perfect. And that's an engineer's saying. I mean, but yeah, she loves to bowl. She wishes she had a little bit more time to devote to it. And
yeah,
it's tough. I mean, she runs an office and is charged, you know, schematic drawings and water projects, and she just doesn't have time. I mean, she actually got to practice a little bit at night on some of the patterns to get ready for this.
Let's see if she can get the double here in the 10th.
Got around that one a little bit. That wasn't quite as good.
2-8. So
arm came out and got around a little quick.
So it'll just be a little plus.
That's all right.
204.
Definitely so. What's the scoring pace? Hey, what do we got here? Let's look. Ha Young Chow opened in the 10th for 225. Yeah, I don't know what Kelly had. I didn't see what Kelly finished. Oh, there it is. 197 for Kelly Kulik.
All the screens are starting to flip
fast. So let me look real quick here and see if we can get
not a lot of big scores out there. Scores actually a little lower than I would have expected.
In this bay in front of us here, they don't look very big at all.
No.
So
a lot of scores between 160 and 2-team. That's kind of what I'm seeing.
Which
not much. Even looking down here a little further, there's not a lot of.
I see a
big
230
games.
Down there.
Yeah.
Carolyn's bowling down there. Kathy's bowling down there. Tammy's bowling down there. So I don't know what's big. I don't know what did Missy have. Missy's got 240 out and 250 out in the 10th. So she had an open in the first. So hopefully everybody. You know what? It'll be interesting to see what the scoring pace plays tonight. This is going to be interesting. This Carrie Smith playing there, because I guarantee if she catches a little looking bowls 220 here, there's going to be some other people notice that she's playing the gutter, and I think some other people might migrate in that direction, and it could kind of change the scoring pace, whether making it go up or make it go down. So yeah,
you don't have somebody throw some strikes in a part of the lane that nobody else has been in and not have somebody else notice it.
Absolutely.
And then somebody else notices and it kind of spirals, and then
Especially
you never
with
know,
this-
tomorrow all of a sudden everybody's playing right.
Especially with as many guys here. I mean, there's several people here from Ebonite. You know,
Yeah.
Dell's here. You know, Brunswick's got 3 or 4 guys. There's people walking back and forth all the time, and it looks like she has a little bit of hold there.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't have any right, but I mean, I think she does a really good job of keeping it in front of her and letting it read the lane pretty good. So
She's going to shoot 228 with another strike. Kelly shot 204. Kathy Allen 161. Jan Schmidt can punch out for
she's got a bad
203.
look on her face too.
You look like you better go, huh?
I'm gonna go watch her bowl the next game.
Okay,
all right? I'll come
thanks,
back in a
Jim.
little while.
Thanks for sitting in.
Thanks, man. I appreciate
Jim
it.
Callahan
All right,
from
bud.
Storm.
Bye-bye.
So just wrapping up this first game of this block. So 227 for Carrie Smith. Jan Schmidt will shoot 191. She misses the single pin. As that brings to an end game 1 on our featured pairs. They once again will wait for everybody across the house to finish before they start the next game. It looks like it shouldn't be too long from now. Everybody in the 10th frame and finishing up. So we should get started in just a minute with the second game.
Ladies, you may now begin game 8.
And here we go with the start of the second game of the block, 8th game overall. Our featured pairs this game, Marion Singleton, Wendy McPherson, Brianna Andrew, Janie Edgerton. That's on 41 and 42. And on 39 and 40, the bowler who's leading the senior division, Lucy Sandelin, along with Lori Schmidt and Derry Smith. An update from the World Youth Championships in Thailand. They bowled one game in the girls singles event, and Junior Team USA's Kelsey Muther 224 the first game, and Jessica Ernest 206. Wang Young-yu of Korea leading with 279. The way that tournament works is they're going to bowl a 6-game block, and the top 4 scorers after 6 games will make it to the semifinals and have the roll-off for the medals. So they've just bowled 1 game. They just got started about an hour ago in Thailand, I believe. So as long as the updates keep coming in, I'll try to give you an update on how the scoring is going in Thailand. We'll have a recap for you on bowl.com in the morning. Wendy McPherson only 177 the first game, and she chops a spare here in the first frame. Look of frustration on the face of McPherson. Marion Singleton up on the left lane here. Gets the 10-pin to fall for the strike. As far as I know, there's no live streaming of the World Youth Championships. I've not been made aware of any. And another question in the chat, are we going to be doing Junior Gold next month? Yeah, you can go to bowl.com/livestream for our schedule, bowl.com/livestream. We're going to live stream all day Thursday and Friday at Junior Gold. So after the first 3 days of qualifying, that's when the live streaming will begin at the Junior Gold Championships in Indy. Wendy is going to get another shot at that 3-6-10 here. Let's keep it over here for Janie Edgerton. And a split for her. And Lori Schmidt with the single pin leave. We're here on Bowl TV all tournament long at the U.S. Women's Open. We're going to take you all the way until we know the final 5 for the TV show. That will be determined on Tuesday evening here on Bowl TV. Or sorry, Tuesday afternoon, actually. They're going to start at, I think, at 3 p.m. with the final round of match play for the regular division. So 6 p.m. Eastern time. So actually, it won't be too late of a night for you guys out east. Tuesday, we'll have the seniors stepladder finals right here on Bowl TV. That'll be at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and then that'll be followed at 3 by the regular division women. Of course, the TV show this week is going to be tape delayed. It's going to be taped on Wednesday night, downtown Reno, outside under the Reno Arch on Virginia Street. And it will be broadcast on July 3rd at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2. Wendy McPherson High again. Gets the 3 down this time, but leaves the 6-10. Third consecutive frame that Wendy McPherson has left the 6 and the 10 standing, but this time the 7 goes. Or sorry, the 3 goes. Someone in the chat asking about Cassie Luthold. She shot 203 the first game. Once again, Wendy going high. 4 frames in a row. 2 opens early on here this game and shot 177 the first game. Wendy McPherson looking like she's in some trouble. Looks like Stephanie Nation shot 290 the first game, from what I'm hearing. So Stephanie could be one of the players to watch today as far as taking the lead. Hearing that Kim Eulish shot 247 her first game. Kim was right up there near the top of the standings. I think Kim and Stephanie probably top 2 on this squad right now after Kelly shot 197 first game. Lucy Sandelin, maybe she's going to wish that she entered the regular division because she's been whacking them here. Lucy's 227 the first game, and now spare 4-bagger for Sandelin, former Team USA member. and Senior Queens champ a number of years ago. I think 2007, if my memory serves me right. Here's Lucy, off to the left. And 10-pin does not go down for Lucy Sandlin. Brianna Andrew, one of the youth members bowling in the tournament. Shot 171 her first game today. Seventh frame for Sandelin. I think I spot Kelly Kulik down there. Double 9-spare, 9-spare double for Kelly so far this game. Kelly a 197 first game. Lori Schmidt through the face leaves the split. Edgerton goes high, leaves the 3-6. Sorry, the 2-4. Appreciate everybody tuning in this evening. Our live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on this fabulous Saturday night in June. I'm Lucas Wiseman of USBC. Our coverage today brought to you by USBC, your membership dollars at work. Thank you for being a USBC member. Just another example of what you get for your membership. Free live streaming here on Bowl TV. McPherson shreds the rack for 3 in a row. So it looks like she may be starting to get dialed in. Hopefully that's the case for the Hall of Famer. Eighth frame in progress here. Derry Smith leaves the 3-5-6. Kelly Kulik has started to string some strikes together. She's got 4 in a row. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get to see her today. I do believe we're going to have Elise Bolton on for the next game. So we're wrapping up game 2. Apologize that I had to step away there for a few minutes. I was having a discussion with our tournament director, John Lucido. 234 for Lucy Sandelin, so her great bowling continues here at this tournament. 461 for Lucy to start the day. Brianna Andrew, 207. Singleton with the spare, so she's going to shoot in the 230s here this game with a strike, 236 to be precise, with a strike on the fill. A shout out to Felicia Wong, who's watching up in Canada. Wish you were here bowling. You should be here bowling, but unfortunately, I guess you aren't able to make it. So I have to settle for just having your sister in town, which isn't quite as nice as having you here to visit with us. 192 for Lori Schmidt. Terry Smith, 155. Singleton shoots 236. Wendy McPherson's max score, 201. Felicia says she has to work for a living, which sounds like a lame excuse to me. That's what unpaid time off is for. Here's the final frame for Wendy here this game. It's been a struggle. She had a 4-bagger in the middle of the game, but 3 opens. That pesky 3-6-10 has been driving her mad this game. It's the 3rd time she's left it. She's left the 6-10 twice. Wendy chops it for the 2nd time this game, 179. Wendy McPherson, 177, 179 so far today. And she will be fit to be tied after that. We're starting to flip the names here. It looks like the next game should get started here pretty soon. I think I see one pair still has a 10th frame to finish up. Shouldn't be too long before we get started with our 3rd game. Coming on the featured pairs for the next game, it's going to be Roberta Van, Ruth Arismendi, Angela Williams, Roxana Horton, Tanya Ramaper, Andrea Tuber, and Elise Bolton. Kelly Kulik ended up striking out for 268. So she's at 468 today. Stephanie Nation followed up her 290 with a 204 game. So Stephanie plus 94 on the day. Should be just another minute or two before we get started with game 3. Still hear some pins crashing on the low end of the bowling center. Tanya running per 246, 258 so far today. Sounds like there's a few more shots to be thrown. Looking down, there's one bowler who has to finish the 10th frame, and then they will sound the chime, and everybody will be able to move and get started with the next game. Just waiting for everybody to finish game 2 before we start game 3. Looks like it should be just another minute or two. So there was the chime, and here we go with the start of third game of this evening. Roxana Horton on the left lane there, and Andrea Tuber on the right lane. Roberta Van shooting the single pin. Oh, missing it. Angela Williams on the right lane here. She's also going to be shooting a single pin here. Elise Bolton up on the right lane. She's got games of 227 and 213 so far today. And Elise loves the camera, so I bet she bowls a big game for us. Oh boy, how about a jinx there? Leaves the 6 pin. Almost left the 6-7, so fortunately the 7 went down. I'd have felt pretty bad about that. Tanya. She's bowling pretty good today. Sitting at 504 for the first 2 games. Williams strikes in the 2nd. Back-to-back opens to start this game for Roberta Van. She had 224 last game. Struggling a bit in this game so far. Ten-pin leave, an Indonesian. All of the scores will be updated at the end of the day here on at the U.S. Women's Open. They'll be updated on the website at the end of this squad, once they verify everything and get everything posted. Looks like Tanya might miss that one. In the 5th frame of this 3rd game. Andrea Tuber, single pin leave. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage here on Bowl TV of the U.S. Women's Open. Some folks asking if there's any live coverage of the World Youth Championships. There's none that I am aware of. Unfortunately, it is happening in direct conflict with the U.S. Women's Open, so I'm not able to be in 2 places at once. And for our U.S. audience, the U.S. Women's Open takes precedence, so that's why I am here and not there. But we will try to keep you posted the best we can on what's going on in Thailand. Nobody really stringing any strikes here on our featured pairs. Kind of a slow start to this game. There's only been one double for Angela Williams and a 3-bagger for Roxana Horton, and that's pretty much it. Other than that, not a lot of fireworks on the featured pairs of this game. Michelle Sterner off to my left here has the front 5 this game. And it looks like we get a fresh crop of players every game, as you guys know, but the lane that's moving here for one of these pairs from the next game has nobody on it. So it'll be a quick game next time around. And in our chat, Laura Baker would be correct in her assessment, USBC not running this tourney, so we're not in charge of the scoring. That is correct. We are just assisting BPAA the best we can with live coverage. A surprising lack of big scores on this squad, at least for me. I thought that we would see scores a little bit higher than what we're seeing. As Bolton leaves the big four. Tanya Ramanpur up on the right lane, strike, spare, strike, spare, strike. She has not struck on this right lane yet. And she has games of 246 and 258 so far today, so she has been striking a lot before coming to this pair. And this pair, or I should say this lane, has been causing her problems. Let's see if she can carry a strike here. Good shot. She gets the double and does a little double fist pump. Watching live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. Apologize, I keep ducking out trying to do a million things at once here. As we are gearing up for the 10th frame on 39 and 40. They are in the 8th on 41 and 42. Looks like we may have an update coming in from Thailand at the World Youth Championships. Loading now, and Jessica Ernest currently in 9th place at -2. 80 pins out of first. And Kelsey Muther shot 224, 144. She's 110 pins outside of first with 4 games to go. Top 4 players advance to the finals after 2 squads in the women's division at the World Youth Championships. Here's Tanya Ramaper from Indonesia. She snaps that 10 pin out for 4 in a row. So after struggling a bit, first 2 shots with her carry, she on that lane, she's now managed to get it figured out and having a big game here. No chance at 800, but put up a big 700 series at the rate that she's going. .152 for Roberta Van. Angela Williams shot 167. Here's Ruth Harris-Mendy working on a double and turns it into 3 in a row, so she can shoot 197 with a strike on the fill. .195 for Ruth Harris-Mendy on the other pair as they've wrapped up over there. We are just starting the 10th frame. That was the first shot in the 10th from Roxana Horton. She can shoot 221. Andrea Tuber can strike out here for 184. Stephanie Nation, somebody asking in the chat. Oh, that's Mindy Pancos. Hi, Mindy. 205 for Stephanie in that game. So Stephanie at 699 for the first three. I see Brianna Caldwell shot 246. Elise Bolton with a 10-pin on a double. Andrea Tuber 174 here on our featured pair. 211 for Roxana Horton. Elise Bolton will shoot 190 if she can pick this up and strike. Raman Perkins strike out for 239. Give her 740 plus for the first three games today. Gets the first one in the 10th. She's whacking them today. To answer the question in the chat, left lane moves left, right lane moves right. They skip 5 pairs. Another good shot for Wichita State Shocker. Bolton's fill ball is a strike for 190, so she's at 630 for her 3 games to start this evening session. 3 more games to go after this one. Final shot of this game, and then we'll wait to start the next game. 743 for the first 3 for Ramanpur. 246, 258, 239. 3 9 spares that game. That was it. So we will wait for the start of game 4 here at the U.S. Women's Open. Shouldn't be too long. So here we go with the start of our next game. 3 more games to go. We're at the halfway point of this squad. It is on our featured pairs, Teresa Ross and Danner Miller-Mackey, both in the senior division. They are on 41 and 42. They're the only 2 bowlers on that pair. And on 39 and 40, a full house of 4 players. Tracy Adams, Sue West, Amanda Falk, and Tiffany Hager. Here is Coach Teresa Ross. Works at the International Bowling Campus. Crosses over for a strike. She's been bowling pretty decent so far today. 186, 247, 203 for T. Get a lot of tweets sent at me asking about Linda Barnes. Linda is not on this squad. She already bowled earlier today, and she was leading the early squad. As for Carolyn Doran-Ballard, I haven't seen her tonight, which may mean that she's moving closer to me, because if I haven't seen her, that means she's got to be getting in our neighborhood here eventually, I would think. Dana Miller-Mackey, open frame to start things off. 233, 226, 214 for Dana today, so she's at 673 to open this squad. A good start for Dana. Sue West, open frame in the first. So we're in the fourth game of this evening squad. Again, they're bowling 6 games today, and I do say the names after they switch each time. So if you missed it, the players we have on 39 and 40 this game, which is what we're looking at right now, Amanda Falk, the lefty right there. Tracy Adams, she's up on the right lane. Sue West and Tiffany Hager. And the other pair has Teresa Ross and Dana Miller-Mackey, and those are the only 2 on that pair. Just got another update from Thailand at the World Youth Championships, and scores look like they're kind of low overall. Junior Team USA members, Jessica Ernest in 11th place on her squad at 590. That is for Kelsey Muther. Well, it's not looking pretty. Let's see if I can find her here. Yeah, 561, 224, 144, 193 for Kelsey. So she is down in 22nd place. You can find those scores on worldyouth2012.com. Brittany Crawford wanted to know how Deandra's bowling. Deandra bowled this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. She bowled better than yesterday. I don't know exactly what her tally was, but I remember seeing her scores and thinking they were pretty decent. I think she shot a decent plus score this afternoon. Teresa Ross through the face, leaves the baby split. Open frame for T. Sue West shooting the spare on the left lane here. Covers it up. Here's Dana Miller-Mackey. She started with a couple of opens looking for a double. And the lefty gets it done. Anna Miller-Mackey looking for 3 in a row. And goes high, leaves the 4-pin on that shot. Here's Amanda Falk in the 5th frame. Amanda 170, 169, 212 so far today. Dana Miller-Mackey's 6th frame. There's only 2 on this pair. They're doing a good job keeping pace with everyone else. As Dana fires a strike. Watching live coverage of the U.S. Women's Open here on Bowl TV. We are in game 4 of 6 on this evening squad. Sue West up on the left lane shooting the washout. Open frame for Sue, that gives her 90 in the 6th. Here's Teresa Ross working on a strike, 110 in the 7th, strike up in the 8th. Teresa with the double. Dana Miller-Mackey with a 3-pin. Dana Miller-Mackey makes the spare, 135 in the 7th for her, and a spare up in the 8th frame. Dana Miller-Mackey and Teresa Ross trying to pace things a little bit here so that they don't finish too quick ahead of the rest of the field, because there's only 2 of them on this pair. So Dana taking a re-rack. Amanda Falk, 8th frame, working on a spare. No, 1 double to start this game, but 1 open, so 125 in the 7th for her. Teresa Ross working on a double, heading into the 10th frame. Teresa got the first one in the 10th. She can max out at 200 here. Leaves the 2-pin, so she'll shoot 189 with the spare. Starting the 9th frame on this pair, 39 and 40. Miller Mackey, 10th frame, she can max out at 215 this game. Definitely not seeing a lot of strings of strikes here this evening, like we did last night. It's hard to get an idea of what the scores are looking like. I don't have any standings for this squad, but they are not quite as high as I expected. Dennis fill ball here for 195 if she strikes. She ends up getting 9 for 194. That'll be Dana's low of the day. She's still plus 67. Teresa Ross plus 25 on the day. So that pair is done. This pair getting ready to start the 10th frame here. And a Falk can strike out for 193. So 183 now her max score. Tracy Adams, 10th frame. Her max score with that 8 count is now 169. .168 for Tracy Adams, 183 for Amanda Falk. 162 for Tiffany Hager. Sue West, 119 in the 8th, a strike in the 9th. Sue makes the spare, so strike on the fill would give her 159. $155 for Sue West. So now we'll wait for the start of the 5th game. 2 more games to go here tonight at the U.S. Women's Open. So here we go with the start of Game 5. 2 games to go here on this squad. On the featured pairs this time around, we've got 7 bowlers. Brandy Bronca right there on the left lane with the strike. Robin Romeo, Rebecca Huffman, and Sandy Postma are the 4 that we have on 39 and 40. Switch to the right camera here, and on 41 and 42, Kathleen Blevins, Caitlin Simpson, and Shannon Sellens are the players that we have. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard has finally gotten close enough for me to see her score. Scores for today, she's plus 90, 215, 214, 224, 237 for CDB. Robin Romeo's games today, it's been a roller coaster for her. 255, 148, 258, 178. So again, Game 5 in progress. Game 6 will be coming up after this, and then that'll be it for the night. Same time tomorrow to start things off. It'll be 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time, and we will go a little bit later tomorrow night because they re-oil between. So that means the second shift doesn't start until 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. on the East Coast tomorrow. Again, the players on our featured pairs, Kathleen Blevins, Caitlin Simpson, and Shannon Sellens on this pair. Over here we got Sandy Postma, Robin Romeo, Rebecca Huffman, and Brandy Bronca. Standings will be updated after this squad ends and they verify scores. They'll be on bowlingsuswomensopen.com. BPAA conducts this event, and they are the ones who post the standings. I can tell you that Linda Barnes led on the early squad today, so Linda Barnes set the score to beat. I'm not sure if anybody's going to get there or not. Haven't seen any standings on this squad, but Linda Barnes averaging better than 235 or so a game. for Sellens. She's bowling well today, 226, 206, 212, 180. Goes spare double to start this game. Brandy Bronca. Three in a row to start off this fifth game. Question in the chat, what are Shannon Sellens' scores today? 226, 206, 212, 180. Just mentioned that a moment ago, but bears repeating just in case you missed it. Robin Romeo with a strike in the third. Sandy Postma. Bowling pretty decent today. 170, 203, 233, 193 for Sandy. Just got the update after 4 games in Thailand on the opening girls squad, and not looking too good for Junior Team USA to make the top 4 on this squad. You got to be in the top 4 after the two girls squads to be in medal contention. And after 4 games, Jessica Ernest in 16th place, and she is 90 pins outside of 4th. Kelsey Muther is in 25th place, 120 outside of the number. And not surprisingly, 2 Koreans on the top of the standings. Brandy gets the 8 count after having the front 3. Here's Sellens. 10 pin. Ends her string of strikes at 3. Sixth frame for Sellens. Liked that one. Fifth frame for Postma. All spares so far this game, and she'll have to work for another one. She leaves the 6-7-10. See if Postma can make a run at the split here. Doesn't look like it. Oh, wow, it got a little closer than I thought. Open frame, she turned her back on it. Another good shot for Sellens. Almost a nice split conversion there for Kathleen Blevins. Leaves it open. Majestic wants to know if both squads bowl on Fresh tomorrow, and they do. There will be a re-oil between the squads tomorrow, so they end up bowling 2 squads on Fresh and 1 squad on the Burn. Hockey Bowler wants to know if there's any True Blood fans, and I am a fan of True Blood. I watch that show religiously. Although I won't get to see it this week because I'm here in Reno and no HBO in the room. Huffman asking what Rebecca Huffman's score is this game. Strike, spare, four-bagger for Huffman. Postma with a double. Strikes look like they're starting to flow a little more right now. I spy way far away down on 61, Jessica Baker with the front 7. Gotta love the big scoreboards here in Reno. You can at least tell if somebody's got a big string of strikes going because they're on the big projection screens. And it's real easy to tell if someone has a big string. I can tell almost across the whole house if someone has the front strikes if they've started with a long string of strikes. So yeah, keep an eye on Jess. We don't have a good look at her. She's too far away. She's 20 lanes away from here, but at least I can tell you if she does anything or not. Jessica struck again, so she's got the front 8. Kathleen Blevins, 170. Caitlin Simpson can max out at 175, and Shannon Sellens, her final ball coming up here, can strike for 237. ninth frame in progress here. Jess has the front 9, so folks, I'm going to run down there and take a sneak peek at Jessica Baker and try to get something that I'll be able to show you if she seals the deal. So I'll be back in a minute. Well, you guys probably heard the applause. Jessica Baker with a 300 game. First one of the tournament that I'm aware of. On our featured pair, 225 for Brandy Branca and 314 for Robin Romeo. And I'm going to try to show you guys footage of the 300 game. Just a moment, get it set up. 214 for Robin Romeo, 209 Sandy Postma, 236 for Rebecca Huffman. And let's show you this footage here now. Moments ago, I'm not sure it's going to have any audio. We can at least watch the 10th frame of Jessica Baker. You can see a strike right there. Scroll up, take a look at the scoreboard for Baker. 214, 220, 218, 203. Our first 4 games, and now a 300 here in Game 5. This is moments ago, down on lane 61 and 62. Jessica Baker, at this stage, she has 10 strikes in a row. This is the 11th coming up. So here it is. And really, all 3 were perfect in the 10th frame. And we're going to try to get this video up on YouTube for you as well, and that'll have the audio on it. This is just feeding straight through one of the cameras that I have here. I grabbed it and ran down and to get the footage. There's another look at the scoreboard. And this just happened a few moments ago here at the U.S. Women's Open. And here's the final shot of the Perfecto. All 3 look great, didn't they? So congratulations to Jessica Baker on the 300 game. Waiting for the start of Game 6. Hopefully it won't be too long.
registration area. Congratulations to Jessica Baker for rolling the tournament's first 300 game. Ladies, you may now begin your 12th game of competition. Good luck and good bowling.
So here we go with the start of our 6th game, the final game of the night on the featured pairs. Misa Abe Otaki, Cindy McBride, Carol Jones, and Marcia Klumpkin. We also have Debbie Ayers, Deborah Alosi Horn, and Sarah Tuber. So final game in progress here at the U.S. Women's Open. Debbie Ayers with a quick three-bagger to start things off this game. So I guess our biggest news on this final squad is the 300 game by Jessica Baker in Game 5. Jessica having a great day. She's 153 over going into Game 6. Marsha Klumpkin, 3 9s to start this game. Debbie Ayers with Three-bagger, 9-spare strike to start off this final game. Fourth frame now completed on 39 and 40. They're heading into the fifth. Finishing the sixth frame here on 41 and 42. Only 3 players on this pair, so they're going to get done a little quicker. A couple of frames to go on this pair, 41 and 42. They are finishing up the 8th frame. Live coverage will resume tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to join us tomorrow. Getting a little late in the evening for a lot of folks. Thank you very much for sticking with us for the live coverage of qualifying here at the U.S. Women's Open. Debbie working on a double here, 9th frame. Her max score, if she can go off the sheet, 247. Deborah Alosi Horn with a 8-pin there. As the 9th frame wrapping up. They are in the 7th frame here on 39 and 40. Open frame for Sarah Tuber. After shooting the 300, Jessica Baker looks like she'll shoot max score of 208 here. Oh, got over there just in time to see the ball from Marcia Klumpkin. Jessica Baker finishes at 206. Final game puts her 161 over today. Got a big chunk of that with that 300 in game 5. 236 for Debbie Ayers. Sarah Tuber can shoot 201 if she strikes on the fill. And Debbie Alosi-Horn can strike out for 190. .180 final score for Deborah. Sarah 201, Debbie 236 on that pair, so they are done for the night. We've still got a couple of frames to go here on 39 and 40. Marcia Klemkin with the spare in the 8th. 2 frames to go on this pair. Nobody really lighting it up here. 147 for Cindy McBride. And I'm hearing from Aaron Smith that Kelly Kulik will be the leader at the end of this day. She finished 424 over, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what Aaron said. So my on-the-ledge prediction of Kelly Kulik leading at the end of this day turned out to be true. Turned out to be correct. .167 for Misa Abe Otaki. Marsha Klemkins who can strike out here for .215 and leaves a 9-pin, and she looks very angry. Marsha going to have a little plus today, not a big score for her today. 206 for Carol Jones. So Marsha will be the last one to finish up here for the night. Maybe the last one to bowl in the building, actually. Again, coverage continues tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, so be sure to tune back in tomorrow for that. Appreciate everybody joining us. Final shot of the second round right here across the bowling center. This is it. And it's Marsha Klemkin. And finish on a good note with a strike. 195 for Marsha. She finishes plus 14 on the day.
That concludes day 2 competition in the Women's U.S. Open and Senior Women's U.S. Open presented by the brands of Ebonite International. A-Squad ladies, please return to the bowling center by 2:30 tomorrow afternoon for your last round of qualifying competition. Those ladies that participated in brackets, bracket payout will be taking place momentarily at the check-in.
Thanks everybody for joining us today. We'll see you back here again tomorrow. Have a good night or morning, wherever you are. Thank you very much again for joining us. We will see you back here 3 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow evening. Good night, everybody.